All right, thank you. Okay, before I turn this over to Joe, this is a public hearing. This is not a request, this is a requirement. Civility and respect for everybody is mandatory. I have no doubt that everybody here will conduct himself and herself well. However, if anyone does get out of line, we will have no choice but to have him or her removed from the audience. So please, 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 I know passions are running high. As best you can, please keep your passions under control, and let's see if we can get through this as without any derails whatsoever. Now, we have a hard stop at 10 o'clock. Hopefully we get everything in by then. If not, there will be another hearing scheduled, which we, of course, will take care of before we depart tonight. So with that, I'm turning this over to Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to get some of the formalities out of the way, the board did meet in executive session on April 14th for legal advice, personnel matters, and real estate matters. The board also met today, April 20th, just before this hearing, to get legal advice pertaining to the hearing itself. And again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me this opportunity. And ladies and gentlemen, please bear with me as I make my little speech here about what we're about to do this evening. We're here this evening pursuant to a conditional use application filed on behalf of Pennhurst Holdings DE LLC for the property best known as Pennhurst, consisting of parcels having county UPI numbers 21-1-92.7, 21-7-76, 21-1-92.B, 21-1-91, 21-1-92.9, 21-1-92.10, all of which total approximately 123 acres, more or less, and are more commonly referred to as 1201 Commonwealth Drive, Spring City, Pennsylvania. The applicant requests conditional use approval under section 27-2802.3E and section 27-1901 of the East Vincent Township zoning ordinance as amended for the proposed development of a planned commercial development comprising of 3 data center buildings, a guard building, a power generation use, a battery storage area, and a customer substation area and related improvements. Upon the conclusion of the hearing, which may or may not be this evening, the Board of Supervisors will render a decision on the applicant's request for conditional use under section 908.10 and 913.2 of the municipality's planning code.
I heard the phone. Please, everybody, silence your phones.
Thank you, Mr. Brancata. The nature of a conditional use application is that a conditional use is technically a use that is permitted under the zoning code, provided that the applicant for conditional use demonstrates 2 things. One is qualification or entitlement to the conditional use under the criteria set forth in the zoning ordinance, and 2, that there are no unintended or unanticipated adverse effects on public health, safety, and welfare. Notice that I emphasize the word unanticipated. If you, for example, allow a church by conditional use, you anticipate that there will be traffic on Sunday mornings. Therefore, it would be inappropriate to oppose a church conditional use based on the basis of traffic on Sunday mornings. That being said, there is a procedure that we will follow this evening. First, I will introduce a number of exhibits that the township has. If, after those exhibits are entered into the record, I will seek agreement from the applicant with respect to addressing certain threshold legal issues, namely related to the zoning criteria that apply to this conditional use application. Next, the board will consider applications for party status. After that, the board will address the legal threshold issues that are brought up as part of the initial process of this application. If those threshold issues are addressed to the satisfaction of the board, then the applicant will bear the burden of demonstrating entitlement to the conditional use as described in the zoning ordinance. The applicant, in order to do that, is afforded the opportunity to present an opening statement if they wish, and proceed directly to witnesses if they do not. The board has asked that anyone who wishes to be a party submit an application for party status in writing. If you haven't done so already, please do so now. As soon as we start to enter exhibits into the record, the opportunity for party status will no longer be available. There will be an opportunity granted at the appropriate time, which is usually at the conclusion of the applicant's case, for anyone who is so interested to make a statement about the application. That is for the general public, not necessarily for parties, although parties may make a statement if they wish. At that time, you can state your position. You can state that this is a great idea, that you think this is not a great idea, or that you don't have any real interest in the application whatsoever. If and when we proceed to witnesses, that testimony will be sworn testimony. And at the conclusion of the testimony of a given witness, I may ask questions, the board may ask questions, or any other party may ask questions of that witness. Again, I emphasize questions only. That's not the time for statements. There's a time and a place for everything. With that being said, I will introduce the board's exhibits. Starting with T1. T1 is the application. T2 is the conditional use plan that has now been withdrawn and is superseded. T3 is the existing conditions plan. T4, site analysis and impact plan. T5, site analysis impact narrative. T6, traffic impact statement. T7, public notice of the conditional use hearing that was originally scheduled for March 16th. T8, proof of publication of that original conditional use hearing scheduling. T9, affidavit of posting. T10, affidavit of mailing. T11, an applicant extension request letter. T12 is the GFT TPD review letter as revised. T13, the natural lands review letter. T14, Chester County Planning Commission review letter. T15, conditional use plan as revised and replacing T2. T16 is the industrial mixed use zoning district provisions. T17, the general commercial zoning district provisions. T18, transferable development zoning provisions. T19, party status applications. And Ms. Baer, if we could have, or Ms. Baer just exited for a moment. She'll be back with the rest of the party status applications. Thank you, Mr. Zinkowski. T19 will be all the party status applications. T20, revised conditional use plan. T21 is a traffic impact statement. T22, public notice conditional use hearing. T23, proof of publication. T24, the second affidavit of posting. T25 is the second affidavit of mailing. T26 is the township solicitor extension letter. T27 is the applicant's letter confirming the extension. T28 is the GFT TPD review letter revised on the revised plan and application. T29 is the natural lands review letter with respect to the revised plan and application. T30 is the Chester County Planning Commission review letter for the revised plan and application. I understand that there have been two written statements as well from various boards of the township. T31 will be the EAC statement in writing once it's provided. T32 will be the Planning Commission statement once it's provided in writing. Mr. McHugh, do you have any objections to those?
Good evening, Matthew McHugh on behalf of the applicant. I don't have any objection to T1 through T30. I would just reserve the right to review T31 and T32 since I haven't seen them. But on the basis of your representation, Mr. Clement, I don't have an objection if they are reviews or statements from the Township Planning Board or Commission.
Thank you very much, Mr. McHugh. And just so that we're all on the same page, to my left is Chairman Brancato, who's the chairman of the Board of Supervisors. To my immediate right, Craig Damon, he is also a member of the Board of Supervisors. And to his immediate right is Dana Safone, she is also a member of the Board of Supervisors. On the table to our left is the applicant, represented by Mr. Matthew McHugh. To our right corner, where folks are kind of on the side of you folks, is our township staff and consultants. Mr. McHugh, as I'd indicated earlier, the board is seeking your client to stipulate, and that is for the members of the public to agree to certain facts and procedures. The first is that we would like to have your client stipulate that the plan that has been identified as T2 is superseded by T20 and has been withdrawn. Is that correct?
Yeah, we would agree, Mr. Clement, that the terms of the zoning ordinance provide that original plan is considered withdrawn and now superseded by T20.
Thank you, Mr. McHugh. The proposed use, would you also agree, is depicted on the revised master conditional use plan consisting of 7 sheets identified as Board Exhibit T20, which includes, and I will summarize here, Mr. McHugh, 3 data center buildings identified on those plans as Building A, being 2 stories in excess of 35 feet in height, having a footprint of 266,400 square feet approximately, and a total building square footage of approximately 532,800 square feet. Building B is a 2-story building in excess of 35 feet in height, having a footprint of approximately 415,200 square feet, and a total building square footage of approximately 830,400 square feet. Building C is a 2-story building in excess of 35 feet in height, having a footprint of 261,600 square feet, and a total square footage of approximately 523,200 square feet. There is also a customer substation of a use of approximately 5 acres depicted on the plan, a power generation and battery storage use of approximately 5 acres depicted on the plan, a small guard building of unidentified size depicted on the plan, and various parking areas, driveways, access roads, stormwater management facilities, and other related accessory improvements. Do you agree with that summary, Mr. McHugh?
Yeah, we would just note, the plans speak for themselves, but I believe what you've provided is an accurate depiction of what's included on the conditional use plans, and we agree to that summary.
Thank you, Mr. McHugh. The other thing that we'd like to have you stipulate too is that the power generation and battery storage use and the customer substations are part and parcel to the data center use and primarily provide power and or serve the data center buildings. Do you agree?
Yes, we do agree to that.
And Mr. McHugh, with respect to the guard building, it is for the safety and security and control to control access to the site. Do you agree?
That's also correct.
Mr. McHugh, the property which is the subject of this conditional use and on which the improvements are proposed is located in the Township's Industrial Mixed Use Zoning District, which I'll try to refer to as the IMU. Is that correct?
We agree to that as well.
And Mr. McHugh, the applicant is seeking conditional use approval for the proposed use as a planned commercial development under Section 27-2802.3E of the IMU zoning code. Is that correct?
We also agree that is accurate.
And Mr. McHugh, that states that the following uses shall be permitted as conditional use when authorized by the Board of Supervisors, subject to the standards set forth herein and in Part 19 of this chapter. E, planned commercial development, including outlet center involving more than one principal use on a single lot or tract, including any use otherwise permitted by right, special exception, and or conditional use in the GI district, subject to the provisions set forth in sections 27-1103.2 and 27-1104.2. Any use permitted by special exception may be permitted as a condition of conditional use approval of a planned commercial development without requiring separate application for special exception. Is that correct, Mr. McHugh?
Yeah, we agree with the recitation of the language. We reserve the right, obviously, to make argument regarding the application or interpretation of that provision.
And Mr. McHugh, that gets to my next point. We'd like the applicant to stipulate that a determination of which zoning criteria apply to the subject conditional use application is a threshold matter, and a conclusion of law that the applicant agrees will be addressed by the board before any additional evidence or testimony is taken. Is that correct?
We do agree to that.
And with respect to that, Mr. McHugh, a determination of compliance of the proposed use as depicted on the master plan, which has now been marked as Exhibit T20, with applicable area and bulk regulations and design standards is likewise a threshold issue. If the applicant agrees, will be initially addressed by the board before any additional evidence or testimony is taken, correct?
That's correct. We agree to that.
And Mr. McHugh, would the applicant agree to waive its right under Section 908 of the Municipality's Planning Code to 7 hours of hearing time within the first 100 days of the hearing in order for the board to address those two threshold issues before taking additional evidence or testimony in connection with the application?
Right. That's agreeable to the extent it's for the legal determination on the threshold matters. Should we proceed to evidence, we reserve the right to require those timeframes to be met if we so choose.
Thank you, Mr. McHugh. With that being said, we're going to jump into the party status application, so if we could have those handed up. Ms. Baer? Just for the benefit of the public, these have not been reviewed by the board in advance of this hearing. This is the first time that they are seeing them. And of course, thank you, Mr. Zinkowski. The applicant has not reviewed these either.
Thank you.
Mr. McHugh, as we go through these applications for party status, I do notice that a number of them are from residents of the Veterans Center, many of whom are here this evening sitting in the front row. Is there any objection by the applicant to those veterans that are present who wish party status?
No, it's my understanding that they reside within the statutory required notice distance, so we'd have no objection provided that they're physically present this evening.
Thank you. And Mr. McHugh, I believe there are a couple of represented parties. Could you stand if you're a represented party or your counsel is present? Okay. Mr. Ewald, I believe it is, correct?
Yes.
And who are you representing?
I represent Vincent Advocacy.
And your organization has at least one member that is within that 500 feet, I believe, Ms. Penny Hunt. Is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. McHugh, any objection to EVA as being granted party status?
On the basis of that representation, that they have a member within the statutory required distance represented by counsel as a community group, is that the position of the standing?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. On that basis, then there would be no objection.
Okay. And I believe there's one other party. Please identify who that is. So Pennhurst Memorial and Preservation Alliance, and I do understand that you are represented by counsel. However, they could not be here this evening. We will try to phone them in if you have them available to do so. But my understanding is that your application for party status is based on the fact that you operate out of the property itself and that you have an interest therein. Okay. Mr. McHugh, what's your name? Ashton Vassertain. Could you spell that for us? Okay.
And our counsel has said that she spoke with somebody here who is willing to
Okay. Give us 1 second. We're dealing with the technical difficulties of a one-way communication through Zoom. We'll get her on the phone. Give us 1 second. So what's your counsel's name again? Grin? Gran. So, Ms. Gran, I'm holding the phone up. Hopefully this works. So if you could mute yourself or mute me. All right, Ms. Gran, you there? Yes, we can. So if you could just mute your computer, it'll make it a little easier on the reverberation side on your end.
Okay. I've muted my computer.
All right, perfect. You are on speakerphone, and I think I'm holding the phone up to the microphone so that you can be heard. We just heard from your client that you are, in fact, their representation, and I believe you're basing your application for party status on the fact that your client operates out of the property. Is that correct? Maybe?
Yeah, this is the best I can do.
Okay, no problem. So my understanding, again, is that your representation of this particular party and your party status application is based on the fact that they have a museum that is operated off of the property. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. McHugh, with that being said, I understand this is not the best way to participate here, but any objection to the party status?
Based on those representations, I would not object to party
Okay.
status for them.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Grand. We're gonna hang up the phone now, but please participate by Zoom. And if you have anything that you need to say at the appropriate time, you can type it into the chat box.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. With that being said, would the board like to consider going into a recess, get some legal advice with respect to the rest of these applications? Yes?
Yes.
All right, so we're going to recess for a moment. We'll be back.
Matt, this is the list. Anybody you know in there? I'm sure there's a blank here. What's that? No. Well, these are bets we already dealt with. That's why he said. Yeah, I mean, most of these are retro. Judith Brown. Who is it? Anybody on there? That was one of them. They both will. No, it is. Unless they have some other, they have some other basis for staying in the property ownership, which nobody's open. Yeah, that's not 250 feet. That's, he's here. Yeah, but no. How about these? Yeah. We're good. I mean, we'll see how long it takes. They didn't decide what they're doing that one yet, but they're going to go through the parties and determine what parties are. Then they're going to determine the national issue that just stipulate certain things. These are new, all these uses, they relate to the various provisions. We'll say if you interpret that general commercial, we don't make the point. We don't believe in it. So. So here's our 500. What it says. Yeah, I mean, this is, we're now. Part of this was to set forth in writing exactly what their interest in it. They have to have a direct, immediate, substantial interest in the product or in the application. Yeah, so they probably put addresses down. Their interest is Yeah, so if he has an individual application, then I don't think he would have stayed anyway. Nothing that we would expect already. Actually, I would say not as bad as we anticipated. Yeah, but a lot of it, like, one of the neighbors, John Hunt, has like 25 pages of deeds. PMPA, they just got in, they submitted all of the board directors, their website, all this other information. A lot of it's fluff. What's that? Well, yeah, one person. They're going to
that way we have the actual long period. town hall development.
So what I need you to do,
So, there, once again, but their plan is very big.
Yes, so 37 is, that's definitely. Yeah, the most.
They abandoned us. Greg, you ready? Yes. Dana? Yes. Mark? Okay. All right, we're going to go back onto the record. As many of you are aware, the Sunshine Act has an exception with respect to quasi-judicial deliberations. They do not fall within the scope of the Sunshine Act under under PA Statute 65 PACS Section 716. The board did go back into executive session as well and sought legal advice with respect to each individual application. We do have a couple of questions coming out of executive session. One is with respect to Mr. and Mrs. Hunt. They live within 500 feet. Mr. Ewald, I just want to confirm that they are, in fact, their interests are being represented as part of EVA, correct? Yes. Thank you. We have a number of veterans that reside at the Veterans Center. The number of whom are present here this evening. What we'd like to have is each veteran just state their name for the record, just for clarification of our record. So could you please pass the microphone up to our veterans?
Hello, my name is Tom Hyman. I stay at the Veterans Center.
I'm sorry, Tom.
Donald.
Could you spell your last name, sir, please?
Hyman.
Hyman. Thank you. Sir?
Paul Boyd. I live at the Veterans Center.
Forgive me, one more time, please. Your last name again?
Boyd,
Boyd. Thank you, sir. Oh, Boyle.
B-O-Y-D. Sir?
I live at the Veterans Center also.
Mr. Delarentis, could you please spell your name for our court reporter?
D-E, capital L, A-U-R-E-N-T-I-S.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry. We have Boyle, B-O-Y-L-E. D.
Okay. Sir?
My name is John Boyle, C-O-Y-L-E, and I reside at the Veterans Center.
Which one?
Coyle.
Excuse me. Forgive me.
Coyle.
There's no-
C-O-Y-L.
There's no Coyle. It's a Conroy.
No, we did have a Mr. Coyle.
He's on the list.
He's on the list.
Where?
Not sure if that's, he put it in. He put his in today.
All right, so,
Mr. Coyle, did you submit your application today for party status? Thank you.
Okay, Mr.
So we
Coyle?
did receive your written application.
okay. Your first name, Mr. Coyle? Your first name? John. Thank you, John.
Okay.
Steve Becker, D-E-C-K-E-R. I stay at the Veterans Center.
Thank you, Mr. Decker.
There's no Decker here either.
Paul Bertino, B-E-R-T-I-N-O.
Mr. Bertino, did you put your application in today, or had it been received earlier by the township? Today? Today, okay. Yes, you submitted your application today, and
So-
Mr. Decker, you did as well. Thank you.
And Mr. Bertino, your first name is? Oh, okay, there's the spelling here. Okay, got it.
All right. Gentlemen, you have all been granted party status. The applicant has not objected to your party status. You do not have party status as a group. Each of you has party status individually. You will be afforded the opportunity to participate in the hearing accordingly as long as you show up. Thank you.
Mr. Clement, I just got a couple of clarification. There was Mr. Coyle. The list that was provided mentions Mr. Boyle. Are those?
They're not the same. Apparently, there were a couple of applications that came in today. We'll
Okay.
provide you with written applications as well.
Okay, thank you.
So with respect to the other vets who are listed here, who are not in attendance, they're not parties?
I have an objection to anyone that's not physically present, so to the
Say
extent,
again, please.
if they're not physically present, I would have an objection to their party status.
So the applicant has lodged an objection to anybody that's not physically present and their participation as a party. All right. We'll hold that objection in abeyance for the moment and move on to the rest of the applications. We have, I believe, 35 individual applications in addition to those that have already been granted party status. We're going to call each of these applicants up one by one. We'll turn the microphone on that is in the middle of the room. Each applicant we ask come to the microphone and state their interest and their reasoning for wanting to be a party. Please do not repeat what's on your application. We have your application. We don't need to have that repeated. If there's any additional information that you would like to add, please add it. If you do not want to add additional information, that's fine as well. Each application will be considered on its own. The board will make a decision after all applications have been heard on each individual application. The first application that I have is, and forgive me if I butcher anybody's name, the first one that I have is Kelsey Adams.
Hi, Kelsey Adams here.
Ms. Adams, do you have anything in addition that you'd like to add to your application for party status?
I honestly can't remember entirely what I put on it because it was a while ago. So if it's okay, I'll just read a little statement.
Please.
Okay. So I live approximately half a mile from the Pennhurst property line. So I applied for party status because I feel like my family is at greater risk for health impacts than those residents who might be living further away. Particularly, I'm concerned about noise and air pollution. I have 2 young children who play outside, one of whom has an autism diagnosis and has noise sensitivity. And so I'm quite concerned about sort of the constant noise and how that's going to impact our already challenging sleeping patterns.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Mr. McHugh, any objection?
Yeah, Mr. Clement, and this also may be a matter of housekeeping. I think I would have, if I could have a standing objection to those that are outside of the statutorily required notice distance unless they demonstrate some direct, immediate, and substantial interest.
Excuse me. We're not going to do that. I appreciate the fact that everybody is emotional about the issue of standing. However, the applicant has a right to object. The board will make a decision on those objections at the appropriate time. Right now, the applicant is stating his standing objection to anybody that's not within the 500 feet of the notice area. Is that correct, Mr. McHugh?
That's correct, Mr. Clement.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I also forgot, can I make one more, I forgot one point.
Yes, Ms. Adams.
Was just that also because I am so close and also in the range for constant noise, I am also concerned about my property value as well being impacted.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. The board will decide your application at the end along with everybody else's. So if you could just take your seat. The next one is Deshana Battelle, or Batelli. Mr. Batelli does not seem to be present at this time. The next application is Scott D'Onofrio. Mr. D'Onofrio, you're present? Mr. D'Onofrio is not present. Mr. McHugh, I note your standing objection for these for the folks that are not present. Miss Denise Philman Holliday. Ms. Holliday is not. Oh.
Hello. In addition to the information that I have on my application, I'd like to point out that I have a farm and lots of animals. We live directly across from the Pennhurst facility, right across the river, so we're about 1,800 feet. I'm very concerned about the environment, the animals. I'm a veterinarian, also board in toxicology, so I have a lot of concerns about pollution and noise, light, things that are going to impact the animals as well as human health.
Thank you. Mr. McHugh, other than your standing objections, do you have any additional objection to this applicant?
No, just a standing objection.
Thank you very much. The next applicant is Ms. Hacker, Pamela Hacker. Ms. Hacker, anything in addition to what you've already stated in your application?
Yes, I do like to make a
Please.
small statement. My name is Pam Hacker. I'm a 44-year resident at 881 Brown Drive, which has been identified as one of the 3 access roads for the proposed site as a hyperscale data center. I live 575 feet from the Pennhurst property line. I am requesting party status for the following concerns that are going to land and have already impacted me just by the submittal of the application for this project. Our corner of East Vincent Township has become the epicenter of industrial use in this township. I am deeply concerned with the existing health and environmental hazards that already exist, and with the data center application, those to come. We have a plethora of large-scale emergency, either diesel or natural gas generators that are currently surround us. The existing American Water Treatment Plant, the new water treatment plant, and currently under construction, the new one, which we have been living with for 2+ years now, the East Vincent Sewage Treatment Plant, and those that are critical at the Veterans Center. These are just a sampling of the generators that I can easily identify and hear in my neighborhood. With this application, we are facing the addition of a possible 200+ either diesel or natural gas generators. Where we live, when we have a severe storm and lose power in our neighborhood, I will be deeply impacted by the pollutants and particulates and the noise. Another concern is the size and scope of the natural gas line that will run the 500 proposed megawatt generating station. Analysts by the PHMSA, the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, indicates an average of 1.7 pipeline leaks per day, with an explosion occurring roughly every 11 to 12 days. Will there be on-site storage tanks for fuel? Who knows? Will there be a blast zone? Who knows? I also am deeply concerned with the scope and scale of the storage building for the lithium-ion batteries. Are fire and rescue personnel trained to handle these? I'm living at ground zero with all that's encompassed in our neighborhood. If a catastrophe should occur, our entire township and neighboring boroughs and townships will be greatly impacted. Brown Drive residents basically are at ground zero. As a 35-year industrial and commercial construction electrician, I will definitely be highly impacted, as will our Veterans Center, with the possibility of a 24-hour-a-day construction. Fast-tracking this project with the addition of the 500 megawatt generating station only increases the speed of construction. I will also be impacted and affected by the excavation of the site and the disturbance of the mold, asbestos, lead-based paint, and the contaminated soil from the former coal-fired plant that has already been demolished. The radioactive coal ash still exists on the ground. Although Pennhurst LLC says they have remediated the site, according to the DEP, as of today, they have not fully remediated the site, and it remains listed as a brownfield. I fully understand that Pennhurst LLC has a by right to develop this property. I get that. But I, as a resident and a 44-year resident of this township and Brown Drive, have a right to defend and protect my property, my neighbors, our veterans' home. I am requesting party status to defend and protect our veterans, my neighbors, my property, and our small corner of East Vincent Township. There is not a single human being who needs AI to survive, but every living creature on earth needs clean air and fresh water. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hacker. Mr. McHugh, any objection other than your standing objection?
Nothing other than the standing.
Folks, I appreciate that you want to give Ms. Hacker her just dues. However, if we could refrain from doing that, the court reporter can't hear what we're saying while you're clapping. So, Mrs. Hacker, thank you very much.
Is there a reason why the deliberation and decision for each person is not being done after that person speaks, so that they have an opportunity to
I'm sorry, who are you? We're moving forward with every application. It's not highly unusual. We're doing every application as it comes. We will hear every applicant as they come forward, and then a decision will be made by the board. Mr. Hacker, you're next. The board members can ask questions if they have questions. Mr. Hacker? Mr. Hacker?
Steve Hacker, 881 Brown Drive, 575 feet from the property line of Penhurst. This absurd, arbitrary 500-foot thing is ridiculous. Right out my front door, I look at my neighbor, and the next driveway to the left of him is included in your plan. Any particulates in the air, the noise, none of it stops at 500 feet. Okay, so that is absolutely absurd, and distance actually isn't a reason. Everything my wife said, okay. I'm going to also add a follow-up to what she said about the fire safety. I just saw the story today about in Arizona, 4 firefighters severely injured, 4 trained and equipped firefighters fighting a lithium battery storage facility. That was in the news today. I have a bunch of reasons beside my property line district. I would say to the attorney, are you going to object to us at 575 feet?
Mr. Hacker, Mr. McHugh has lodged his standing objection to anybody beyond 500 feet. So the answer is yes.
Okay, well then I'll go through my whole list of reasons why then. I was going to save the time, but you don't want me to do that. So,
Mr. Hacker, we do have your application. The board will consider it, what you have written. If there are other statements you would like to make in addition to that, please make them.
Like the first woman, I'm not remember exactly what I wrote. So obviously we're going to put up with the traffic. We're one of the designated roads for this construction. I don't know how anybody that's not anybody on our road would be denied, regardless of whether they're 6 feet, 10 feet, 100 feet out of it. There will be noise. I'm concerned about the water quality. Here's something else my wife didn't bring up, which you guys are well aware of. 2 years ago, my well ran dry. We have lived there since 1982, and for the first time, well ran dry. The next day, my next door neighbor's well ran dry. It was during a drought. We couldn't even find a drill to drill us a new well for weeks. We didn't have water for 39 days. Try that one out sometime. It's like living in the pioneer days. So I'm really concerned about the amount of water that's going to be used up here. Irregardless of whether it's coming out of a public water facility, whether it's coming out of a well, whether it's coming out of wherever you're going to talk about, everything needs to be replenished, and these guys are going to take up so much of it. They're going to tell you about their closed loops system, like it uses water one time and doesn't use any more. Not true. Those units get flushed out because they get gummed up. carrying who knows what chemicals in them. So they are going to continue to use water. I'm really concerned that every week that goes by, we find out more problems with data centers. Every week. Okay, just now we're being made aware of heat islands, which are an area, 6 miles around, of a data center, which goes up anywhere from 5 to 16 degrees or even higher than that, which means that's going to create a heat zone in where you live. Now, these guys are going to talk about how they're supplying the power so that your electric bill doesn't go up. Well, guess what? If you live in a heat zone that the temperature is 20 degrees higher, you're going to use your electricity a whole heck of a lot more, which means your electric and utility bills are going to go up, not to mention what it's going to do to the insects, the birds, and everybody's quality of life. So I'm very concerned about that, too. I know I didn't put that on my application because we just learned about heat islands. And that's the thing. These data centers need to be paused so we can learn about them. And every week we'll find out something new. You want something personal, a personal reason why I don't want this? Like so many people you're going to talk to, I'm a cancer survivor. So I had kidney cancer. Kidney tumor removed from my kidney, and a piece of my kidney went with it. I'm okay now, I think. CAT scans every 6 months for the last 2 years. I think I'm okay. I do not want any more particulates in the air. I do not want any more PFSS in the water that I'm drinking. So yeah, I'm very concerned about an industrial generating plant and data center coming into my neighborhood. So I have a real solid reason for not wanting to see this. I think you guys should be telling people as we go. I was at the Limerick meeting, and they were telling people individually as we went through. I'm requesting that under Section 908.3 of the MPC, if party status is denied, I request the board state the reason why I would be denied. So I'm going to put that out there right now, too. That's it for me.
Thank you, Mr. Hacker. Kimberly Keisel. Forgive me if I mispronounce your name.
It's Kimberly Kissel.
Kissel, thank you.
And I don't have anything else to add other than what was on my application.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Joanne Konchak.
I think it's very clear on my application. I don't have anything to add except that I have a well, and I'm very concerned about the quantity of water in any given situation with the data center. And also, I learned recently about the heat island effect within a certain radius, and I'm very concerned about that as well. Thank you.
Standing objection will be ruled on at the time when every application is ruled on. We note the standing objection. That is Mr. Zinkowski, Township Manager. Bob, you want to spell your name? Loretta Lumen. Ms. Lumen? With EVA? Okay, so you're not asking for party status separate and apart from EVA? Okay. Thank you. Ryan Mastrangelo. Ryan doesn't seem to be present. Marcia Corbin Nashin? Not present?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, there you are. Did I state your name correctly?
It's Marcia Corbin Naxon.
Naxon, thank you.
And my reasons are the same that everybody else has. I think it's absolutely absurd to even think of building a data center in our area, the damage that it's going to cause, and you're not, I mean, the 500 feet thing, if you're not even going to take that into consideration, why are any of us even getting up to speak? I mean, I live on Brown Drive. I'm not there right now. It's a whole different situation that I'm dealing with, but I'm pretty sure it's associated with the data center project. But I lived there for 49 years, and I'm currently not able to be at my house. And I know it has to do with this project, and I am fighting that. But I'm saying the same thing as everybody else said in here. Is it like, when is enough enough? Is this all about money? You don't care about the environment? You're killing everything that matters to everybody around here. You're poisoning and polluting everything. We do not need these data centers. They're AI. We're being lied to. We're being lied to by everybody. It's all about money. Who's getting paid off to get these things done, and it's not fair. We live here, and we should be able to say what comes here. And there's already enough pollutants around here, enough, it's just disgusting. And we need to stop this from happening and start caring about, health and animals and resources and trees. You're killing everything. And I object, and I want to be a party in this. And I don't think it's right.
Thank you, Ms. Naxon. I didn't hear you, or perhaps I didn't hear you. Did you say that you no longer live on Brown Drive?
No, I don't live there currently, but I am the owner of 891 Brown Drive.
Owner. Thank you.
Okay? And for the record, I object to being denied party status. I am a nearby property owner who will be directly affected by this project, and I believe I qualify to participate fully. And I want the record to reflect that I am preserving my right to appeal this decision and any final action taken tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan and Keith Pengali.
Did you say Susan Pengali?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Keith is, I imagine, your husband?
That's correct.
Okay, and is he present as well?
No, he is not.
Just you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Anything in addition to your application?
I just want to say my 70-acre farm is directly across the river from this site, and I have a lot of livestock there who live outdoors. They can't get away from the noise, the pollution, the light, and I'm very concerned about my well. I don't want my water to dry up. My animals will die of thirst if that happens, and I just object to this, and I want to be a party in the fight against it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. McHugh, if you have any objections, just lodge them as we're going here, please. Miss Ramsey, Cindy Ramsey. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Ms. Ramsey. Ms. Robinson, Joanne Robinson.
Hi, I'm Joanne Robinson, 130 Shady Lane. My partner is Larry Schenk, and we will be filing for the family together. So he is going to represent for our family, but I do not have anything additional than what's on my application.
So both of you are asking for party status independent of the other, but each of you, which is perfectly acceptable, Each of you may ask for party status independent of the other. Is that what you're asking?
Correct.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Ms. Ramsey, Matthew Ramsey as well. And Matthew, are you being represented by EVA as well, or are you independent? Independent? Thank you.
I'm independent.
Okay, Mr. Ramsey, do you have anything other than what is stated on your application that you'd like to state this evening?
Oh, sure. Why the hell not? So, I have apnea, and it's kind of quirky in that I seem to desaturate most when I'm transitioning from being awake to going to sleep. Get that sawtooth drop out, then I'm asleep and it's fine. But when I'm waking up in the middle of the night and have to go back to sleep, I sawtooth again. So I'm, a little concerned about the prospect of noises and vibrations that might interrupt my sleep or might make it lighter such that I would desaturate more often. So we'll add that one. Otherwise, you got the stuff on my sheet.
Thank you. Mr. Schenk. Mr. Schenk, do you have anything to add other than what you've already stated, or is already on your application? I figured you might have one or two things.
You know me well, Joe.
Please proceed, sir.
Sure. Larry Schenk, 130 Shady Lane. 130 Shady Lane is not directly adjacent to the property, but building to building, as far as the proposed building goes, we're probably about 2,100 feet property line to property line, probably about the same as the Hackers, somewhere around 600 or 700 feet. So on my application, I mentioned that I have health issues. I have severe health issues that will be exacerbated by the data center. These are things that have been proven scientifically through medical studies, and anybody who lives within a half a mile of a data center who has these issues will also be affected.
Mr. Schenk, what are the health issues that you have?
You don't have to disclose them if you don't want to.
I prefer to wait until it reaches a point where it's necessary. We also have another member of the household, one of Miss Robinson's daughters, who has severe asthma. So those are health issues. From other areas, I feel that I'm uniquely qualified because I have special backgrounds and special trainings. I have been in the IT industry for 40 years. I have a degree in computer science. I have worked in data centers. I have built data centers. I have a unique and individual experience, and I've been inside many different data centers. I'm aware of the issues and the things that go into data centers. I've also brought with me my little folder that goes back to, 40 years in the IT industry. My little folder of firefighter certifications, starting in 1985. So for 23 years, I was a volunteer firefighter in New Jersey. I was with the Cherry Hill, the Mount Laurel, and the Burlington Township fire departments. I've had training in hazardous materials. I've had training in the incident command system, and I feel that I can provide information and value to this conversation and questions that will benefit our community for things that need to be considered and need to be looked at for whether our community can handle something like a 1.7 million square foot data center. There are lots of life hazards. There are life hazards to the construction workers based on how these buildings are built. There are life hazards to the firefighters who will be called to these facilities. Make no mistake about it. There will be incidents at these facilities. It's proven. There's data out there. Many fire departments across the country can show an uptick in calls, in false alarms, and in actual incidents. So the training and the skill sets that are necessary to deal with these environments is unique. And I don't feel that our township and the surrounding fire departments are prepared to handle something like that. So again, I feel I deserve party status, not just because of the location to the facility, but also because of the unique skill sets that I bring to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schenk.
One more thing, please. If I am denied standing, for the record, I object. I am a nearby property owner and resident who will be directly affected by this project. I believe I qualify to participate fully and want the record to reflect that I am preserving my right to appeal this decision and any final action that is taken on this application.
Thank you, Larry. Jolene Spott. Jolene's not present. The Reverend Taylor J. Walker. Is there anything you'd like to add to your application?
Yes, sir. I want to say that I am a called and ordained minister in the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America, which means that I've been called by God to defend the vulnerable and the oppressed with everything I have and everything I am. I'm the pastor of Zion Lutheran Church, which has stewarded this sacred land in East Vincent for the past 283 years, since 1743. I'm responsible for advocating for the well-being of the church abundant, the preservation of life and dignity in this community, and repudiating environmental harm. I'm also responsible for the well-being of our 230 preschoolers who need the air, water, and soil to be safe so that they can play, learn, and grow in peace. And speaking from my expertise as a plant biologist, I wish to inform this board of the phrase transboundary environmental harm. Though my property is more than 500 feet away from the Pennhurst site, the environmental harm caused by this data center will not end at 500 feet away. For example, my church is well within the 6-mile radius of the heat island created by data centers, which have been shown to raise atmospheric temperature between 3 and 16 degrees, per the University of Cambridge study published in March 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Terry Yerger present? Not present. The Reverend Paisley Leroy. Is there anything? Good evening. Is there anything you'd like to add to your application?
Yes, so just in addition to what I've already shared in my application, I wanted to say that I was an environmental ministry emphasis in seminary, and that meant I spent a significant amount of time talking and studying about how the environment intersects with us as humans and how we are called to tend to it from the very beginning of our creation. And so I know we are not all people of faith in this area, but I know that my faith calls me to advocate for every single person in this room. And that is part of my ordination vows that I took. And that wasn't even just showing up for my neighbors that are human, that's showing up for my animal neighbors and my plant neighbors as well. So if I didn't apply for party status, I would really be betraying my ordination vows. And so it's my moral imperative to be here. And for the record, I object to being denied party status. I'm a nearby property owner and resident who will be directly affected by this project. I believe I qualify to participate fully, and I would like the record to reflect that I'm preserving my right to appeal this decision and any final action taken on this application. Thank you.
Ms. Leroy, could you just 1 second? I just have a couple of questions. You indicated that you're a nearby property owner. Is this address, the 2301 Huntsburg
Yes.
Drive, Limerick, that's your property?
Yes, I have
Okay.
a property in Limerick,
Thank you very much.
which is in that 6-mile heat radius, by the way.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Magdalene Stumerman. Did I pronounce your name correctly?
Close. Magdalena Sturman.
Sturman. Sorry. H is an A. It looks like an M on this one. Please, is there anything you'd like to add to your application?
Yes, there is. So as I indicated on my application, I have 3 specific medical concerns that I believe would be, that are scientifically linked to increased risk from data centers. The first is, as I think many people in this room are, I am a cancer survivor. So about 3 years ago, I had a 17-pound ovarian tumor removed. In addition to the tumor, they also removed my appendix, my right ovary, and my right fallopian tube. And this is specifically linked to, there was a recent settlement that an Amazon data center in Oregon, they settled for, I think, $20.3 million, I believe was the number, because that data center was linked to very specific reproductive cancers and miscarriages. As you can imagine, following my surgery, I am at a much higher risk. If I were to become pregnant, I'm a higher risk pregnancy. My husband and I do hope to have a child someday, and I don't want to exacerbate existing risks to our ability to have a baby because of this increased risk associated with data centers that could increase my risk of another reproductive cancer or a miscarriage if I were to become pregnant. Two that are of somewhat similar concern. I have a condition that causes me to faint in extreme heat. It actually caused me to change my career because of it. I was working in a career where I was outside. And with the recent study from Cambridge University that came out that indicates that there is I believe it's about a 3 to 18 or 19 degree Fahrenheit heat island that surrounds data centers up to about 6 miles, with about 70% of that 6-mile radius feeling a significant impact from that heat. If we remember, from our recent week past, we had over 80 degree, almost 90 degree heat in the middle of April. I'm an avid gardener. I'm an avid hiker. I enjoy the Schuylkill River Trail. All of those things are going to become much more difficult for me to access if, instead of having 90 degree heat, which is already alone absurd in April, that's going up to 10, 20 degrees more because of this heat island effect, and that would significantly affect my quality of life. I also, following a car accident, have persistent tinnitus, which is a ringing in your ears, which is exacerbated when there's noise outside. So sometimes if I sleep with the windows open and I can hear 422 from my bedroom window, it'll disrupt my sleep, it wakes me up, and it'll prevent me from falling back asleep. I think there are pretty well documented cases of noise coming from data centers. The mile radius for that is a little different depending on the configuration of the data center. It's not only linked to power generation, but it's also linked to the cooling systems and the servers in the data centers themselves. And there are many reported instances of persistent hums coming from data centers that are often 24/7. So my primary concern with that is it would significantly affect my ability to get a good night's sleep.
Thank you. Joshua Fireman. Did I say that correctly? Fearman. Gee, I am batting zero today.
I've been married almost 20 years. My wife still doesn't get it right sometimes, so it's perfectly fine. I do have something to add. As you know from my application, I'm here because my son has a diagnosis of autism spectrum, and sensory hyperreactivity is not a secondary feature of autism. It is a specific core diagnostic criteria from the DSM-5, which is the standard diagnostic manual used by every clinician in this country. It specifically lists hyper or hyporeactivity and says that adverse response to specific sounds is a specific symptom of that. 50 to 70% of autistic individuals experience clinically significant decreased sound tolerance. Individuals with autism perceive continuous mechanical noise as significantly more intense and arousing than neurotypical individuals. And critically, they do not habituate to these sounds over time. This is not a problem that my son will get used to. Studies have shown that data centers specifically produce this exact kind of noise most harmful to individuals with this condition. Investigations by congressional research organizations, university acoustic researchers, and journalists with professional measurement equipment have confirmed that data center cooling systems emit continuous low-frequency hum that residents report hearing day and night, and the brain has particular difficulty filtering out. Communities operating near data centers in Virginia, Arizona, and Texas have already documented persistent noise that residents could not block, even with the kind of noise-canceling headphones that my son wears 24/7. For my son, the combination of these two well-documented facts, that autism causes heightened and persistent sensitivity to exactly the kind of continuous low-frequency sound that data centers are known to produce, means that this facility poses a specific and substantial risk to his ability to function in his own home. That harm is specific to him in a way that is not applicable to the general public, and is precisely the kind of particularized interest that party status exists to protect. And therefore, I respectfully ask the board to grant my application. Should you choose to deny my application, I would like to state for the record that I object to the denial of my application for party status, and I reserve the right to appeal this determination and any final decision of the board on conditional use application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fearman. Yeah. So, folks, the court reporter just has asked me that if you would just slow down a little bit as you're reading. It's difficult for her to transcribe everything that's happening. That's her job up here. Also, any type of non-verbal signal can't be recorded by the court reporter, so we just ask that you verbalize whatever it is that you're trying to state. So, Stephanie Schlegel. Hopefully I got that one right. Okay.
Hello. I wanted to petition for party status as I, specifically for the distance that I am, I'm closer to the Pennhurst Center than the school is. My friends and family live all within the area. I've lived here for several years, and I want to raise my family here. Additionally, in my family and friends, there are some severe cases of asthma. And one of the main concerns that I do have for those individuals who have asthma as well as have had cancer are the recurring amounts of how much nitrogen oxide will be released, as well as PM 2.5, which are particular particle matter material smaller than 2.5 microns. Now, PM 2.5 is known specifically to be the size to be able to penetrate deep into lungs and cause severe damage and carcinogens. And with that history with my family, who has different cancers, and friends that live in this area, things like formaldehyde and carcinogens and the hydrocarbons that are released from use of diesel backup generators or through the additional toxins that are going to be used to treat water systems are a large concern for me in our environment. Specifically, though, when it comes to asthma, my family is not the only one that is affected, because I do have a large concern for the amount of elementary schools and daycares that are within distance of this data center. In fact, there's a large number of them that I just have here on a small map that I'm happy to submit as evidence, and that's not even inclusive of all of them or the school fields and practice fields that are used. It's not fully inclusive of not only the Veterans Center, which is on there, but other nursing facilities too, where these concerns are present. And so aside from submitting this, which was not on my item, I wanted to state that too.
Just one question. You mentioned that your family, some family members have asthma. Does that include your immediate family?
Yes.
Live in your home?
Yes.
Okay. Child, husband?
So my husband, but also one of my children, family members as well.
Thank you.
Not my specific child, but my relative's child who lives near me, a few streets over.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And I would note that if denied standing, for the record, I object to being denied party status. I am a nearby property resident and who would be directly affected by this project. I believe I qualify to participate fully, and I want the record to reflect that I'm preserving my right to appeal this decision and any final action taken on the application.
Thank you. Just as a reminder, folks, even that, I know a lot of you are reading the same statement. If you could just please slow down a little bit for the court reporter, that'd be greatly appreciated. Joanna Tenney. Good evening.
Oh, that doesn't work how I think it does.
okay, this is good. I thought it was going to be worse. Okay, sorry. There is a couple things I wanted to add to my application. I wanted to add that my family lives approximately 1 mile away, and I will be directly and negatively affected if this data center is built due to the following reasons. Both my children have asthma diagnoses. One of their diagnoses is so severe that it's considered an asthma disability. My husband also has asthma. We are downwind from Pennhurst, directly in the path of air pollution. I will note that Chester County Planning Commission outlined that the application has added an on-site power generation facility. The application has admitted from their application air pollution dispersion modeling, stacks heights, and other emission estimates, which leads to us relying on current wind speed and directional information that places any dispersion rate into our windows, which we like to keep open on nice days. We walk to the library weekly and take our afternoon dinner walks. Our children are outside many days throughout the year. The air pollution from this site, both in construction and operation, would prevent them from being able to enjoy the fresh air and sunshine. Overall, our family's health and well-being and daily life would suffer greatly. Emissions from the generators, constructions, vehicles, and on-site power generation facility will directly impact my family. I intend to prove this if I'm granted party status. When our children are sick more often due to the air pollution caused by the data center, they will miss more days from school with respiratory distress, in turn negatively impacting their education, which will in turn affect their whole life into adulthood. This is also a concern due to the land being an unremediated brownfield site, which the level of contaminants is still in question. My family will be negatively impacted. My family immediately, personally, and uniquely ongoing will be. I intend to prove this through my case. I will also note that there will be pollution of the local water supply, which chemicals used in the cooling process. During the process when it is cooling, no water supply is isolated. I'm very concerned about the probability of getting sick with rare cancers from chemicals that cannot be filtered out of the water. The tree removal will not allow the deep roots to filter out toxins and allow them to get into the water supply, causing cancers and other health concerns. I personally am at a higher risk of cancer due to my family history. Excuse me. My mother had cancer 3 times before she passed away before the age of 60. My father also had cancer, which puts me at a higher risk. The water being contaminated is a concern to our family. I intend to prove this if I'm granted party status. We are a one-income household. My husband works full-time to provide for our family, while I am a stay-at-home mom where I manage the home as well as take care of our children. If this is approved, it will make my husband sick more often with respiratory distress and jeopardize our livelihood. My husband works from home, so he would not receive a break from the air pollution, water contaminants, and not to mention the constant noise pollution being emitted from a data center of this size. I intend to prove all of this if I'm granted party status. Additionally, I have anxiety and other medical conditions. The constant sound of humming and construction noise would cause great harm to my overall health. I can hear the construction being done at Indy Park at times, which is adjacent to the proposed site, as well as the fan and hum of the power plant, which is a further distance from my home. I intend to prove this if I'm granted party status. I will also note that my right to party status should be granted considering the application and the township has not provided myself or others any materials or studies stating that the harm will not reach me or impact myself and my family. And if I'm not granted party status, for the record, I object to being denied party status. I am a nearby property owner and resident who will be directly affected by this project. I believe I qualify to participate fully, and I want the record to reflect that I am preserving my right to appeal this decision and any final action taken on this application.
Thank you. John Benelli. Mr. Benelli, do you have anything to add other than it's on your application or what has been just stated by your wife?
I do. It might sound similar, but I assure you it's different. So my family lives approximately a mile away, and we will directly and negatively be affected by a data center being built for the following reasons. The first one being air pollution. Due to my and both of my children's asthma diagnoses, one of which is an asthma disability, and being downwind from Pennhurst, the project would prevent us from being able to enjoy the fresh air and sunshine. The air pollution will come right into our windows that we like to keep open on nice days. We won't be able to walk to the library weekly, take after dinner walks, or play basketball. My children won't be able to ride their bikes, jump on the trampoline, as we do on many days throughout the year. Overall, the health and well-being of our family would suffer. If our children are sick more often, they will miss many days of school, with respiratory distress, in turn negatively impacting their education, which will affect them into adulthood. This also is a concern due to the land being an unremediated brownfield site. Emissions from the generators and construction vehicles will directly impact my family. We are a one-income household where I work full-time to provide for our family. If this is approved, it would make me sick more often with respiratory distress and possibly jeopardize my job. I intend to prove this if I am granted party status. Next would be water. Pollution of the local water supply and chemicals used in the cooling process is a big concern for me and my family. No water supply is isolated. I am very concerned about getting sick with rare cancers from chemicals that cannot be filtered out of the water. The tree removal will disturb the chemicals already in and on the ground of the proposed site, causing them to leach into the ground. And as my wife said, she's at a higher risk of cancer due to her family history. This would also cause a financial strain on us as well, having to buy expensive water tests to be sure that we're not drinking the chemicals, or most likely have to buy water instead of filtering at home that we do now. For sound, I'm concerned the constant noise of fans, turbines, and construction equipment will affect our daily lives. This will affect our ability to enjoy the outdoors, as I already described, and most likely it'll affect our ability to sleep, which will greatly affect our health and our children's development. The infrasound can also affect the body in ways we are just starting to understand. For example, the heart. My grandmother died of a heart attack, and this will increase my risk. I intend to prove this if I am granted party status. I'm concerned also of high utility bills, and since we are a one-income household where I work full-time, this would be a severe strain for us. Working from home, I wouldn't receive any sort of break from this air pollution, water contaminants, noise. It would just be constant. And for the record, I object to being denied party status. I am a nearby property owner and resident who will be directly affected by this project. I believe I qualify to participate fully, and I want the record to reflect that I am preserving my right to appeal this decision and any final action on this application.
Thank you, Mr. Benelli. Kurt Schreiber. Mr. Shriver, is there anything you would like to add in addition to what you've already added on your or you've already provided on your application? Excuse me.
Yes, I'd like to expand on what I already wrote about the noises we're already hearing. Last name is Schreiber, S-C-H-R-Y, V as in Victor, E-R.
Go ahead.
We hear noise from the Limerick power generation station constantly. The township is well aware of this. The police are well aware of this. We've recorded it and reported it a number of times. A couple of months ago, I drove around at 1 in the morning trying to track where these noises were coming from. I stopped at 15 different locations, leading me all directly to the Penhurst property. When I was there, and there was not much going on there, I could realize the sound was coming from behind it. I kept tracking where the noises were coming from, and it ended up, I was on Longacre Road, about 100 yards from the nuclear facility. This data center was directly in line with whatever valley or whatever leads that sounds directly to where we live. The data center is going to be less than half that distance. It is already keeping us up at night, vibrating our bedroom windows and walls. So therefore, I definitely have an interest in preventing any more disruption to our sleep. For the record, if I am denied, I object to being denied party status. I'm near property owner who will be directly affected by this project. I believe I qualify to participate fully, and I want the record to reflect that I am preserving my right to appeal this decision and any final action taken tonight.
Thank you, Kurt. Rebecca Klinicki. Rebecca, I'm going to spell your last name for the court reporter, if that's all right. K-L-I-N-I-C-K-I.
Lots of K's and lots of I's.
Yes.
Okay, I want to expand on what was on my application. This is kind of rhetorical, but how can we set a 500-foot limit when we know harms extend beyond that? I've seen nothing from this applicant confirming that we won't be harmed if we live further than 500 feet, so it just seems really arbitrary to me, but just putting that out there. I am requesting party status as a resident of East Vincent Township, living approximately 1 mile from the site. Due to my proximity to Penhurst, my family and I will suffer the negative impacts the data center will bring to our community. Our zoning states that the IMU encourages only those types of uses which would not constitute a hazard or nuisance to the population of adjacent areas. This proposed use of hyperscale AI data center will violate this, and my main concerns for myself and my family are as follows. Water is a big concern. Currently, as one other speaker mentioned, Amazon is settling with residents of a town in Oregon because because their data center's use of the groundwater is causing a heightened concentration of nitrates in people's wells, creating a cluster of rare cancers and reported increase, pretty significant increase in miscarriages in women who live nearby. My family is on well water, and I have already lost a child to miscarriage. And this is not something I'm looking to repeat. It is a level of agony I wouldn't wish on the worst person in this world, let alone my neighbors. Second concern is noise. Specifically, when it comes to loss of enjoyment of my property, it is well known and documented that these data centers can be heard for up to 3 miles around at least. I live 1 mile away, and 1 mile away from another proposed data center, but that's a whole nother can of worms. So I will certainly hear it. My husband and I chose this area specifically for its beauty, rural character, and peace and quiet. Watching my children play in the yard while listening to a 24/7, 365 soundtrack of industrial humming is not my idea of a good time. It's really unacceptable when we worked so hard and so long for what we have. And my third and final concern that I wanted to elaborate on is the safety risk, which I know has been touched on. As we are currently seeing in Iran, though, I haven't heard anyone mention this just yet, these data centers are now a target in war. We already live near a nuclear power plant, and we may have several of these centers around us 5 years in the future. This puts a target on us even more so than we already have. Furthermore, with the battery storage and on-site power generation that has not been disclosed what kind of power generation it will be, this is a significant risk of imminent harm to those in our community. Should something go wrong, as capable as our first responders certainly are, they are not currently equipped to handle such an incident, as Mr. Shank mentioned. And I haven't seen any plan for this either. Any safety concern doesn't seem to be on their radar. So this is of great concern to me as a nearby resident who has small children. They deserve a safe place to grow up. So, for the record, I object to being denied party status. I am a nearby property owner who will be directly affected by this project. I believe I qualify to participate fully, and I want the record to reflect that I am preserving my right to appeal this decision and any final action taken tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Folks, we're going to take a 5-minute break to allow some folks to leave here, so give us a minute. have them in order.
That's great. All right, folks, let's resume, please. We have a hard stop at 10 o'clock.
You ready? Folks, we're going to go back on the record now. If you could please take your seats. Monica Shriver, you're next. Please, Monica, if you have anything to add to your application.
Monica Scriver, S is in Sam, C-H-R-Y, V is in Victor, E-R. I'm appearing tonight in my individual capacity as a person directly affected by this application. I'm a resident of this area. I live approximately 1.9 miles from the proposed site. I commute on the roadways in close proximity to the proposed site. I will be directly affected, and as the impacts of this project will be ongoing, noise, emissions, vibration, safety concerns, and other effects caused by living in close proximity to this project, this should qualify me for standing. Well, this is what I want to say. We're about to celebrate 250 years. What are we celebrating? Here we are, 250 years later, and we're fighting for our freedom. We're fighting for our rights to clean air, water. We already did that 250 years ago. Look at Pennhurst, where children and older patients had no rights, but then they were awarded civil rights. And it seems like we're going backwards. I'm very concerned for where I live. My husband mentioned what we believe is some sort of a valley where we're currently hearing a noise. We've done the research, and if all of you have done the research, including the representatives and builders, you would know. This is not what you put, not even your certain length requirement. It should be miles and miles away from any living thing. We know that data centers are largely fueled by last century technology. I know, data centers. Last century technology, coal, gas, and nuclear power plants. The impacts are devastating, and they do not follow a distance line. That's why I am applying for standard, because my house, my family is going to be impacted by all of this. My property is treated as what they call a sacrifice zone, where air pollution travels up to 10 miles. We know noise pollution travels 3 miles or more. there are heat islands formed that can impact up to 4.3 miles. So to put a distance requirement on individuals who have, by their very nature of being citizens in this country, putting restrictions on them because of distance is taking away their rights. It's an easy way to get through a lot of applications, isn't it? But it's not right. As somebody else mentioned, and I think it's worth mentioning tonight, we are being surrounded. This isn't just one data center we're talking about here. We have 2 other proposals within close distance. So, I guess what I want to say is that I know we're here, we're giving you all the research, we're doing all the research. If you've done any research for the individuals that are here wanting this and for those that are going to make a decision, I'm not sure why we have to, I understand there's a process, but none of the research is supportive of data centers anywhere near residents. And I would just like to conclude for the record that I object being denied party status. I am a nearby property owner and resident who will be directly affected by this project. I believe I qualify to participate fully, and I want the record to reflect that I am preserving my right to appeal this decision and any final action taken on this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Linda Klaus. Lynn, is it Klaus or Claus? Klaus?
Hi. Thank you for listening to me for just a few minutes. I want to add to what I wrote on that application. My husband and I bought our house 20 years ago. We bought our house because of the wonderful environment surrounding it. We have woods behind our house that now East Vincent has put a trail through that we can actually walk through. We can walk our dogs. We have a neighborhood with so many people that have dogs and they walk around in our neighborhood. It's a great place to live. It's a great place to bring up your children, a great place to walk your dogs. And now they want to put this thing just behind the woods where we live. And it's going to disrupt our lives. It's going to affect our property values, not just ours, but our whole neighborhoods. And not to mention what it's going to do to the wildlife in the woods. We get to see deer, we get to see opossums, rabbits, all kinds of animals, and I hear owls at night. I don't know what this data center is going to do to all that, but I know that we are going to be able to hear it. And we don't want that. We don't appreciate that. We've retired. We bought this house because it's a single-level home, and we love the environment. We do not need a data center in our backyard. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Lightcap.
Hello, I'm Carol Lightcap, 360 King Street, Spring City. King Street is the last street in East Vincent Township until you step onto the Pennhurst property. So I'm pretty close. As the crow flies, it's 0.40 miles. I've been a loyal, tax-paying citizen of Spring City for 37 years. I've stayed this long because of our quiet, natural, and beautiful neighborhood. I'm opposed to the data center. I'm affected, but I'm more concerned for our veterans at the Veteran Center who are affected even worse. Thank you, veterans. Sorry they had to leave before I could speak. You deserve a peaceful, quiet, country setting to enjoy your retirement. You have given more to our country than most folks in this room. There's another proposed data center called Project Laurel, directly across the river from the proposed East Vincent Center, about 150 feet across the river. I object to being denied party status, and I reserve the right to appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Hijosh? Okay. I get one.
Hi. Hi, my name is Stephanie Hijosh. It's Hijosh, just like hi and Josh.
Thank you.
Hi. I live at 364 Ridge Avenue in Spring City. I'm about less than a half a mile in between Spring City and the woods into Pennhurst. For me, it's not only just a medical thing. I had a Picardian 1 malformation where I have a brain aneurysm that sometimes affects with all the noise that comes about. But it's not only my health, the water, the electric. I live near those woods where I walk my dog every day. My dog doesn't like the noise. I can hear the so-called gun range that's over there in Pennhurst all through the day, all the construction, no matter what time of the day it is, I hear it. I'm one of those also that works at home. I have to keep my windows closed when all this noise is going on because I'm unable to work work and hear, and my cable and all that. And if you have to say that because I live less than 500 feet away from this construction, where I'm about a half a mile, can you guarantee us that pollution and those the decibels and all that are going to stay within that 500 feet too? I think it's something that we all need to consider and we all need to fight. And so I guess I'm going to go with, if you deny me party status, for the record, I object to being denied party status. I'm a nearby property owner who will be directly affected by this project. I believe I qualified to participate fully, and I want the record to reflect that I preserve my right to appeal the decision, and any final action might be taken. And I also want to make sure that my property value also stays into effect too. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Muth.
I just have a few remarks in addition to what I submitted in my application for standing. I'm appearing tonight in my individual capacity as a person directly affected by this application. I'm also a resident of this area and of this very township. I live approximately 2 miles from the proposed site, and while some may roll their eyes in the front of the room or think that I live too far away, PM2.5 and PM10 air pollution can travel hundreds of miles. I work in an office that is 1 mile away from the proposed site. So I drive from my home past this proposed site to my Royersford office every day except for when I am in session in Harrisburg, which is maybe 3 days a month. My line of work also requires me to attend events and meetings regularly at the Southeastern Veterans Center. Why? Because part of my job is being the minority chairperson in the Pennsylvania State Senate for the Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness Committee. So my job, part of that, is oversight of the operations under the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs, which includes SEVC. In addition, I obviously routinely travel the surrounding road network to reach my office, my home, and all of the areas throughout the region that everyone in this room does. But what makes me unique is that I'm always around this site, no matter where I'm at work or whether I am at home. Because I live, work, travel, and regularly spend time in these locations very close to this proposed site, I will be affected in a direct and recurring way by the kinds of impacts this project will create, including noise, traffic, air emissions, lighting, vibration, public safety concerns, and other close proximity effects. I'm not sure if you're all aware of the aggressive driving rates in our county. I even had a staffer killed by a reckless driver in our small community here in East Vincent Township. So this is real. My interest is direct because the harm flows from the specific proposed site and its off-site effects that I will prove in my case in chief. My interest is immediate because these effects would occur where I already live, work, travel, and frequent as part of my ordinary life. I am therefore requesting party status. And I also request that deliberation and questions as to my qualifications to standing be deliberated now so that I may preserve my rights and defend my position on the record. If you want me to go through the reasons why I think you're going to deny me, I'm happy to do so. I already have my rebuttals. If you say that I'm here as only a senator, I want to be very clear that I am not asserting my standing simply because I hold elected office. I don't get to detach from that role. This is my home, this is where I live. This is the township where I live. These are my neighbors. I'm not asking for standing based on a generalized interest in public policy or because I represent these fine people in this room. I'm asserting standing because I am personally and will continue to be repeatedly present in various impacted areas. My role helps explain why I'm regularly at these locations, especially my district office, the Veterans Home, but my standing is not based on my title. It is based on the fact that I personally use these places and I can see this property from my own bedroom window. Line of sight. I'll wait for my husband to touch on that when you call him up, so we're not duplicative. My standing is not based on one point of contact. As I mentioned, I'm not relying on the fact that my home is just 2 miles away, but rather I'm relying on the fact that my district office is right down the street from Pennhurst. Literally. There's even sidewalks that connect everything. How rare. This is not a case where I'm trying to claim standing based on some remote or generalized concern. I have multiple, repeated, and specific connections to the affected area. My presence in and around this location is ongoing, foreseeable, and substantial. If you say that I don't own my district office, you're absolutely right. You know who pays that rent? The people of this room, the taxpayers. But it is where I have to work and my staff has to work. I don't own the Southeastern Veterans Center, but boy, wouldn't it be great if I did, because boy, I'd have standing real quick, wouldn't I, Mr. McHugh? Ownership is not the point of my request. My request is based on actual use and actual presence. I work at my district office on a regular basis. As I mentioned, meetings and events are held at the Veterans Home, which I am the chair of a committee for in the Pennsylvania State Senate, which is my job. These are real and recurring points of contact with the area that will be affected by this proposal if it should be approved. I do not need to pretend that my only legitimate interests exist at the exact place where I sleep at night. But my direct involvement with this area includes where I work, where I travel, and where I regularly spend time serving and meeting with people in our community. If you say that my concerns are speculative, my concerns are not abstract, and they are not speculative in the sense of being disconnected from place. I am identifying concrete categories of harm tied to specific places I personally use. I'm talking about the effect of this project on my home, on my office, on my ability to do my job, my own health and well-being, and my own property value. The issue at this stage is not whether I have already proven the full extent of those harms, and there is no burden on me to do so at this point. The issue is whether I have a personal stake in the outcome, because the impacts of this use could affect me in a real and reoccurring way, and I do. And if you say that I am speaking for others and that I am not asking for standing only because I serve other people, I am speaking for myself as someone who is just like you, that has to have clean air and clean water to be alive, literally to be alive. My request tonight is based on my own repeated presence at these locations and in the surrounding area, along with my own residence, my office, and travel routes. My role in the community may explain why I'm present in these places so often, but the standing I am asserting is personal. If you say that someone else already represents my area of town or on my street, another person being granted standing does not cancel out my own. Standing is personal and my interest is my own. The fact that another resident, another worker, or another community member has also shown they are affected does not mean that I somehow stop being affected. I have my own independent basis for standing, and I am asking for the board to rule on my request based on my own facts and circumstances. This is not about politics. This is about whether I am a person directly affected by this application, and I am. I live here. This is our backyard. I work nearby. I spend time in these places. I'm asking to be recognized based on my actual relationship to the impact area, not on the office I hold or the opinions I might have about broader policy issues. For the record, I am requesting an explicit ruling on my request for party status and standard, as you should have done for every person along the way, because people left and they now no longer have the right to defend their right to party status. Again, I'm not relying on any title, politics, generalized public interest. I'm here representing myself, and for the record, I object to being denied party status, and I am a nearby property owner and resident who will be directly affected by this project. I believe I qualify to participate fully, and I want the record to reflect that I am preserving my right to appeal this decision and any final action taken on this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would say that if it's important to let these people know if you are voting on their party status tonight, because some of these people have sat around a long time and others have had to leave, and it's very unusual to have this format, so I would request that you give everybody the opportunity, if you're going to deny them, that they have the opportunity to defend themselves like they're entitled to.
Trevor move.
I just have a brief statement. I'm appearing tonight in my individual capacity as a person directly affected by this application. I'm a resident of East Vincent Township and live approximately 2 miles from the proposed Pennhurst site. My home has a direct line of sight to the property, as I can see the site from my bedroom window. My wife and I made the decision to purchase our first home here in East Vincent, which represents the most significant financial investment we have made. We chose this location with the expectation of a residential environment, not proximity to a hyperscale industrial data center campus. Research has shown that proximity to industrial infrastructure can measurably reduce residential property. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I didn't catch the signal.
Research has shown that proximity to industrial energy infrastructure can measurably reduce residential property values, particularly where there is visibility or close proximity to the site. Those impacts have been observed even with facilities that have a far smaller footprint than what is proposed here. The scale of this development, combined with this visibility from my home, raises serious concerns about the potential for similar or greater impacts on property value. In addition, I travel through East Vincent and Spring City on a daily basis, including along Bridge Street as part of my commute to work in Montgomery County. I rely on those roadways regularly, and they are already extremely congested. This project will introduce substantial construction and operational traffic directly along my daily travel route. My home is also located within the emergency planning zone of the Limerick Generating Station. The addition of large-scale on-site power generation infrastructure associated with this proposal introduces additional cumulative risk considerations that directly affect my household. Because I live, see, travel through, and rely on areas directly impacted by this proposal, I will be affected in a direct and reoccurring way. My interest is substantial, direct, and immediate as required under the Pennsylvania Municipalities Planning Code. I am therefore requesting party status. For the record, I respectfully request an explicit ruling on my request for party status pursuant to Section 908 of the MPC. If party status is denied, I ask that the board clearly state the specific factual and legal basis for that denial on the record so that it may be properly reflected in any findings of fact and conclusions of law issued in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Usner. Catherine Usner? Not present. Charles Baker.
I would like to expand on what I wrote on my application. Distance alone does not defeat standing. I have a direct, personal, unique impact as our 7-month-old son attends Duckling's Early Learning Center, which is 0.6 miles from the site. This proposal impacts my daily life and routine and roads that I use every day. It also impacts my son's daily life and routine, the immediate area he spends half his waking hours in, and he has no ability to defend himself. My concerns are not anecdotal. My son's health will objectively be negatively impacted for empirical reasons. I'm not generally against data centers, and quite frankly, I don't care about anyone else. I understand they are a 21st century need. However, a quantitative study performed by researchers at Cornell estimates the public health costs of large data centers to be $20 billion and the human cost to be 1,300 lives. It's about $15 million per life. It's a lot of money, but my son's health is worth more to me. Per a study by the Environmental Data and Governance Initiative titled Communities Close to EPA-regulated data centers face heightened air pollution. Communities living in close proximity, which is defined as 1 mile, to EPA-regulated data centers have higher air pollution burdens compared to the national median. They accessed information with 550 data centers that had been permitted by state and federal environmental protection agencies to examine the air pollution burden of those communities. They considered local levels of fine particulate matter, specifically PM 2.5, and nitrogen dioxide. Specifically, they examined air pollutants associated with diesel exhaust, since data centers often use diesel generators as backup power sources. Moreover, some data centers have on-site power generators, like this proposal, of which we don't know what type of power generation, but effectively they all emit nitrous oxide. They found that communities within 1 mile of data centers face particulate matter, nitrogen dioxide, and diesel particulate matter levels above the national median. Particulate matter is also a non-zero threat exposure. If there is any of it in the environment, it is above the threat level of exposure. Air pollution is a most acute concern. Fossil-fueled power plants and diesel backup generators that power data centers emit hazardous pollutants such as nitrogen oxide and fine particulate matter. This increases rates of respiratory disease, cardiovascular conditions, and elevates cancer risk in nearby communities. Again, that recent model from the Cornell study that I referenced, that study is called the unpaid toll, quantifying the public health impact of AI. I also have another study here. I'm not going to reference the same points over and over. This is written by Adam Weirman. He is the Carl F. Braun Professor of Computing and Mathematical Sciences at Caltech, as well as Xiaolai Ren, an Associate Professor of Electrical and Computer Engineering at the University of California, Riverside. These people are directly involved in and have incentive in the technological industry. The study is titled, "We Need to Talk About AI's Impact on Public Health. Data center pollution is linked to asthma, heart attacks, and more." I also have a 37-page long study titled, "Long-Term Exposure to PM 2.5 Has Significant Adverse Effects on Childhood and Adult Asthma, a Global Meta-Analysis and Health Impact Assessment." I'm also concerned that we don't know who the provider is. A lot of times these developments operate under clandestine agreements, so we don't know who the final user will be, what their experience is. And per Executive Order 14141, which is the Office of the President, titled Advancing the United States Leadership in Artificial Intelligence Infrastructure, this is a presidential document, says the development of AI infrastructure should proceed without raising energy costs for American consumers and businesses, and it should have strong community support. The companies developing, commercializing, and deploying AI must finance the cost of building the infrastructure needed for AI operations, including the development of next-generation power infrastructure built for these operations. Further, plans to help ensure that the construction of operation of AI infrastructure does not increase electricity costs to other ratepayers or water costs to consumers, including, as appropriate, through appropriate proposed or recommended future engagement with any applicable regulatory authorities and state, tribal, or local governments. They should have experience completing comparable construction projects. They should have experience in compliance with federal, state, and local permits and environmental reviews relevant to construction and operation of AI infrastructure, or in the alternative, other evidence of an ability to obtain and comply with such permits or reviews in an efficient manner. To date, the applicant has not shown any evidence to reach those standards. Again, I'm here because I have a unique personal case. I'm making a timely appearance of a record under Section 9083, requesting party status, and asking the board to rule on that request on the record. If the board is denying party status, I ask that denial on the basis for it be stated on the record. For the record, I object to being denied party status. I am a nearby property owner who will be directly affected by this project, as will my 7-month-old son. I believe I qualify to participate fully, and I want the record to reflect that I am preserving my right to appeal this decision and any final action taken on this application.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Mr. Baker's application is the last written application for party status. The board is going to go off the record for a few minutes. We'll be back.
Oh,
Ready? Okay, we're going to go back on the record. We are starting to run short on time for this evening. What we will do is try and get through these party status applications. If there is an opportunity after that, the applicant may address one particular or two threshold issues. I know that there are folks that want to make a statement here from the Planning Commission, but before we get to that point, we're going to go through these applications for party status. With that being said, there were a number of individuals who were not present who did make application for party status in writing. Those individuals include Deshauna Battle, B-A-T-T-E-L-L-E, Scott Donofrio, D-O-N-O-F-R-I-O, Ryan Mastrangelo, M-A-S-T-R-A-N-G-E-L-O, Jolene Spacht, S-P-A-C-H-T, Tara Yerger, Y-E-R-G-E-R,
That was it.
I believe that's all of the individuals that were not present. One more, Catherine Ursner, U-R-N-E-R, or U-S, U-S-N-E-R. Is there a motion with respect to the applicants that were not present this evening in terms of their party status?
Yes, with respect to each one of the persons you identified, I move that their applications be denied.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Those applications are denied. There were a couple of individuals who had indicated that they are now going to be represented by, or are going to be represented through East Vincent Advocacy, Ms. Ramsey and Loretta. Is there just for the clarity of the record, your applications for party status will be denied. However, we understand, the board understands, that you will be represented through EVA. So, is there a motion to deny application for party status of those two individuals?
I so move.
Is it seconded?
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
There are a number of individuals who were present this evening. We'll go through those applications one by one. To the extent that party status is denied for any of these individuals, the reason for that denial is because they have not met their criteria for party status. With respect to applicant number one, Kelsey Adams, is there a motion?
Yes, I move to accept the application of Kelsey Adams.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Is there a motion with respect to the application of Denise Philman Holiday?
I move to deny the application of Denise Philman Holiday.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed? Is there a motion on the application? Is there a motion of Is there a motion on the application of Pamela Hacker? We already provide the reason as to why the applications are being denied on the record. We've already indicated that the criteria have not been met for party status for the individuals being denied. The next applicant is Pamela Hacker. Is there a motion with respect to Ms. Hacker's application?
Are the supervisors
Is there a motion? Is there a motion with respect to Ms. Hacker?
I put forward a motion to accept Pamela Hacker's application.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Is there a motion with respect to Mr. Hacker?
I put forward a motion to accept Stephen Hacker's application. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Is there a motion with respect to Ms. Keisel? K-I-S-I-E-L.
Excuse me. Now, at the beginning I said civility and respect. If this continues, we will identify the people who are responsible and we'll ask them to leave. Please let us get through this, ladies and gentlemen.
Is there a motion with respect? Please, we're trying to get this on the record, folks. Is there a motion with respect to the application of Ms. Kissel?
I put forward a motion to deny the application for Kimberly Kissel.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Is there a motion with respect to? I'm sorry. Anyone opposed?
Opposed.
Thank you. Is there a motion with respect to the application of Ms. Konchak? K-O-N-S-C-H-A-K.
I move to deny the application of this contract.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Thank you. Is there a motion with respect to the application of Ms. Naxon?
I move forward to a motion to deny the application for Loretta Lumen.
No, Ms. Naxon.
Oh, sorry.
Is there a motion with respect to Ms. Naxon's application?
I move to accept the application of Ms. Naxon.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Wait a minute. Okay. Yeah.
All right.
No.
Just a minute.
Wait a minute. I want to go back to that.
Just a minute, please. Sorry, John. Now, point of order, the motion was to approve the application.
So the application.
I thought it was.
No, that's quite all right. So the application was to approve Ms. Naxon's application. So let's re-vote on that, please. There is a motion to approve Ms. Naxon's application. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Is there a motion on the application of Ms. Pengelly? Pengelly, P-E-N-G-E-L-L-Y.
I move forward with a motion to deny the application for Susan Pengelly. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Thank you. Is there a motion with respect to the application of Joanne Robinson?
I move to deny the application of Ms. Robinson.
Oh my God! Is there a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Ms.
All right, that's it. Please leave. No, please leave. Please leave. Clean up. Steve, escort him out, please.
You're not wrong. You
Ms. Safone? Was that Ms. Safone? Was that in opposition to the no?
We don't have.
Excuse me.
Okay.
You can't conduct the meeting.
Is there a?
Just a minute. Just a minute.
He's gonna watch me be told I have to leave, and everybody online is gonna see it.
Go to the news. Go to the news.
What's next?
So, Ms. Robinson, we're going through we've already provided the explanation at the outset. We will continue to go. We're going to continue to go through the applications for party status. Okay, we're going to take a couple minutes. Excuse me.
Who said that? Who said that? Buddy Coward.
Folks, we're going to go back on the record in a few minutes, but before the board comes back out and before we go on to the record, I just want to make sure that we all understand one another. The board has to get through this process. You may disagree with the process, and that's fine. We are doing the process. You don't have to wait. It's off the record. It's great. We are following the process. If you don't think we're following the process, that's fine. You have every right to object to that. You have every right to object to it. We will get through, and you can, in the appropriate manner. The appropriate manner. We haven't gotten anywhere close to making the board has not gotten anywhere close to making any kind of decision on the application. We're simply getting through the party statuses at this point. Once we get through those applications, then we'll move on to the substantive merits of the hearing. Right now, please allow the board the opportunity to go through those applications. If folks, again, if folks believe that they have a right to party status, as many folks have said here this evening, they have the right to appeal the decision of the board at the appropriate time. We're not taking any lead from anyone. The board is making independent decisions. Look, we're not on the record right now. No, this is just me coming back out here and asking, please, to allow the process to come through. The legal criteria for party status have not been met. Listen, that's the board's position. We're going to bring the board back out, okay, and continue to go through the vote. So, thank you.
Last motion, please. Very last motion. It's not Austin.
Robinson is where we are. So, folks, we're going to go back on the record, and just so that we're all on the same page here, with respect to what's happening right now, there are applications that are being considered for party status. The applicant, meaning the conditional use applicant, has a standing objection based on distance. That, in a sense, is being partially granted and partially denied with respect to the various applications that we're going through. The board has made a decision on each one of these applications, or is making a decision in public on each one of these applications with respect to whether or not the applicant has met their burden in terms of party status. Part of that has to do with distance, part of that has to do with the impact on a particular property owner or on a particular individual. As we go through these applications, again, if party status is being denied, it is because that individual has not met their burden in the eyes of the board, and the objection of the applicant is being sustained. I believe that Mrs. Robinson's application right before we broke was denied by a 2 vote, but Ms. Safon, I don't believe your vote was recorded.
What is the distance that's being used? You just said distance, but
So,
they agreed with the plan?
no. Each one of them is being considered on a case-by-case basis. It depends on the testimony that was provided, the application, the information in the application, and distance. So that is what is being considered this evening. The applicant's objection is based on a 500-foot rule. It's being considered on a case-by-case basis for each application. So, For Ms. Robinson, I believe the vote was 2-1, one opposed. Thank you. Moving on to the next application. The application of Matthew J. Ramsey. Is there a motion on the application of Mr. Ramsey?
I move to approve the application of Mr. Ramsey.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Is there a motion on the application of Mr. Schenk? S-C-H-E-N-C-K.
No C.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, Mr. S-C-H-E-N-K. I apologize. Is there a motion on the application of Mr. Schenk?
Put forward a motion to deny the application.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Thank you. Is there a application, or is there a motion on the, please, we're trying to get through this, Mr. Hacker. Thank you. Is there an application, a motion on the application of Reverend Taylor J. Walker?
I move to deny the application of Reverend Walker.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Is there a motion on the application of Reverend Paisley Leroy?
I move to deny the application of Reverend Leroy.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Is there a motion on the application of Magdalena Sturman?
I move to deny the application of Ms. Sturman.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Thank you. Is there a motion on the application of Mr. Fearman?
Motion to deny the application for Joshua Fearman.
Is there a second on the motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Is there a motion on the application of Ms. Schlegel, S-C-H-L-E-G-E-L?
Put forward a motion to deny the application for Stephanie Schlegel.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Is there a motion on the application of Joanna Tenney, T-E-N-N-E-Y?
Put forward a motion to deny the application for Joanna Tenney.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Is there a motion on the application of John Benelli? Again, we've already described the process that's being used. The process. The applications are being Is there a motion on the application of Mr. Benelli?
Putting forward a motion to deny the application for John Benelli.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Is there a motion on the application of Kurt Shriver?
Scriver.
Scriver.
I move to deny the application of Mr. Scriver.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Is there a motion on the application of Rebecca Klinicki?
Move forward to a motion to deny the application for Rebecca Klinicki.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Thank you. Is there a motion on the application of Monica Scriver?
Put forward a motion to deny the application for Monica Shriver.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Is there a motion on the application of Linda Klaus?
Put forward a motion to deny the application for Linda Klaus.
Please, we're trying to get this on the record. We've already. We've already established what those criteria are and how the And again, folks, this is a conditional use hearing. The court reporter is trying to take things down. What we have described for you in already a few times. We've already stated it's on an individualized basis. Is there a motion on the application of Linda Klaus?
Put forward a motion to deny the application for Linda Klaus.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Thank you. Is there a motion on the application of Carol Lightcap?
Put forward a motion to deny the application for Carol Lightcap.
Second.
Any opposed? Oh, excuse me. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Is there a motion on the application of Stephanie Hijosh?
I put forward a motion to deny the application for Stephanie Hysel.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Is there a motion on the application of Katie Muth?
Put forward a motion to deny the application for Katie Muth.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Is there an application, or excuse me, is there a motion on the application of Trevor Muth?
I put forward a motion to deny the application for Trevor Muth. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Is there a motion on the application of Charles Baker?
I move to deny the application of Charles Baker.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Point of order.
That concludes the point of...
Point of order.
there is no point of order from the public.
When the solicitor came out, you referenced one or two thresholds. What was that in reference to?
Excuse me. We're moving forward with the
You
application
referenced our
at this
ability to
point.
respond to one or two thresholds.
All of
what is
the-
that in reference to?
All of the applications for party status have
The
now been
applicant
decided.
said that
The next
objection was
part,
statutory. Per what law or regulation? Was it
the next
statutory?
part of this hearing is going to be
Where
with
are the
res-
criteria publicly posted?
the next part of this hearing is going to be with the substantive merits. However, at this point, it's almost 10:30. We're almost out of time. There are
What
two
were my
individuals.
individual criteria?
There are two individuals here that would like to make statements with respect to the Planning Commission. Would the board like to hear those statements this evening, or wait until? Okay.
If we have time.
Mr. McHugh, do you object to those statements being read into the record?
No, I don't have an objection to I understand it's the review letters or the recommendations of the Planning Commission. Is that
That
I've
is-
not seen the documents. My objection's on that ground. But if they're reading from the document, I mean, there's no objection.
Thank you. If you would like to, please. Yes, and understood. Please identify yourself, state and spell your name for the record.
Hello, I'm Dr. Lawson McCartney, M-A-C-A-R-T-N-E-Y. I'm a toxicologic pathologist. I'm Vice Chairman of the Planning Commission for East Vincent Township, and I've lived on Bertolet School Road in the township for the last 40 years. I'd like to read into the record a summary statement from the Planning Commission. That will be followed by my colleague with a much more bulleted, detailed review of our findings from the application. So we have completed our review of the Penhurst Data Centre Conditional Use Plan. All materials submitted by the applicant, including a revised plan dated March the 11th of this year, together with evaluations by the township consultants, all were part of this review. Following the detailed review and two public meetings, the last dated on April the 9th, The Planning Commission finds that this large-scale, infrastructure-driven use is fundamentally different in character and intensity from the types of development contemplated in the township's zoning provisions. Furthermore, many deficiencies and open questions in the application were identified. Neither the applicant nor their representative attended either of the Planning Commission meetings, where they could have had an opportunity to explain the plan, provide clarity, address questions, and understand the Planning Commission's feedback. The revised March 11th plan, which was submitted without an explanatory narrative, lacks clarity, lacks detail, and certainly would require numerous zoning variances, most notably, but not limited to, building size, height, and impervious coverage, impact on local neighbourhoods and resources, such as electricity, heating, cooling, water, noise, vibration, local water courses, disruption of riparian areas in the Schuylkill River watershed will clearly be massive, but are as yet undefined in the plan, and mitigation is not discussed. Huge disturbance to forestry, involving both heritage and specimen trees, disruption of steep slopes is contemplated, yet no information on environmental mitigation or tree replacement is provided. Entire streams, indeed, are missing from the plan. Further, and very significantly, an on-site power plant is proposed. The size, output, emission and noise mitigation plus local heat impact were not defined. It's of note that on-site local power generation, other than by a municipality, is explicitly forbidden in the current zoning. In conclusion, it's the view of the East Vincent Township Planning Commission that the applicant has failed to meet the burden of proof necessary to support a conditional use application. As a result, on April the 9th, the Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend denial of the conditional use application. A full transcript of the findings of the Planning Commission will now be read in public, even at this late hour. The reason for this is to ensure that all present at tonight's hearing understand clearly the position of the Planning Commission on each item, and to further ensure and record that this view is comprehensively read into the evidentiary record. Nicole.
Thank you, Wilson.
Nicole, before you get started, could you just please state and spell your name for the record?
Sure. My name is Nicole Keegan, Nicole, Keegan, Keegan.
Thank you.
And I live at 211 Devlin Drive, and I serve as a member of the Planning Commission for East Vincent.
We didn't need that part, but thank you.
The East Vincent Township Planning Commission has completed its review of the conditional use application for the Pennhurst Data Center Conditional Use Plan, including all materials submitted by the applicant and the revised plans prepared by Langen Engineers, dated March 11th, which was the last revision. The Planning Commission's review was further informed by supporting materials and technical evaluations prepared by the consultants and reviewing entities, including reports prepared by GFT, dated April 1st, review letter from the Traffic Planning and Design, dated April 1st, review correspondence from the Natural Lands Trust, dated March 30th, and the East Vincent Township Environmental Advisory Council letter, dated April 8th. The Planning Commission conducted a detailed review of the revised submission at the duly advertised Special Planning Commission meeting held on April 9th for the purpose of evaluating whether the revised plans addressed previously identified concerns and whether the application satisfies the standards required for the conditional use approval. Following its review, the Planning Commission finds that the proposal represents a large-scale, infrastructure-driven use that is fundamentally different in character and intensity from the types of development contemplated within the township's zoning provisions. While the applicant has identified a procedural pathway through the conditional use process, such a pathway does not relieve the applicant of the obligation to demonstrate substantive compliance with all applicable ordinance standards. At the conclusion of the Special Planning Commission meeting held on April 9th, the Planning Commission unanimously voted to recommend denial of the conditional use application for the reasons set forth. Number 1, failure to meet the burden of proof. Pursuant to the Pennsylvania Municipalities Planning Code, the burden rests solely on the applicant to demonstrate that the proposed use complies with all applicable zoning ordinance standards, will not adversely affect the public health, safety, and welfare, and is suitable for the site in terms of scale, intensity, and operation. The Planning Commission finds that the burden has not been satisfied. Number 2, inconsistency with the IMU district. The subject property is located within the township's industrial mixed-use IMU district, which is intended to support a balanced mix of uses at the scale appropriate to the surrounding context. The proposed development is a single-purpose, high-intensity data center complex that does not include a meaningful mix of uses, functions as a standalone infrastructure facility, and does not reflect the integrated development pattern envisioned by this ordinance. The Planning Commission finds that the proposal is not consistent with the purpose and intent of the IMU district. Number 3, building size and scale, non-compliance with ordinance. The Township zoning ordinance establishes a maximum permitted use size of 45,000 square feet for planned commercial development within the IMU district. The applicant proposes Building A, approximately 269,000 square feet. Building B, approximately 450,000 square feet. Building C, approximately 251,000 square feet. These buildings exceed the permitted maximum square footage by a factor of approximately 6 to 9 times, representing a scale that is fundamentally inconsistent with the ordinance and a substantial departure from the township's established development standards. Further, the height of the buildings is stated as being greater than the permitted 35 feet. Incremental building height by virtue of TDR acquisition is not permitted in the IMU district and would require a zoning variance. Number 4, introduction of non-permitted uses. The revised plan includes a gas-powered power generation facility intended to support the proposed data center. However, power generation facilities are not a permitted use within the IMU district. The application does not provide a sufficient detail regarding operation, emissions, or regulatory classification, and the scale of the proposed infrastructure significantly intensifies the industrial character of the site. The inclusion of this component introduces a use that is neither permitted nor appropriate for the site given surrounding land uses. Number 5, failure to identify and protect natural features. The Planning Commission finds that the application fails to adequately identify and address existing natural features and environmental constraints of the site as required by the Township zoning ordinance. These deficiencies are reflected in the following. The plans do not identify all existing watercourses, including at least one stream observed on site and noted during a Planning Commission review that is not depicted on the plans. The omission raises concerns regarding accuracy of the base mapping, impacts of drainage systems and regulated waters, and compliance with riparian buffer requirements. In addition, the Planning Commission has concerns regarding disturbance within environmentally sensitive areas, including potential steep slopes disturbance within or adjacent to riparian buffer areas. The absence of clearly delineated steep slope areas, riparian buffer limits, and the extent of proposed disturbances within these constrained areas, and the proposal includes substantial clearing of vegetation, including specimen trees, without demonstrating compliance with woodland and specimen tree preservation requirements, tree protection standards, and buffering and screening provisions, and no detailed tree replacement, reforestation, or mitigation plan has been adequately provided. The application does not provide sufficient detail regarding the proposed cooling systems, including water usage, discharge, and thermal impacts, and the potential for impacts to stream conditions, including water, temperature, has not been evaluated. The Planning Commission notes that the potential changes in stream temperatures associated with cooling system operations remain a concern, particularly in the context of the Schuylkill River watershed and the surrounding community. The Planning Commission further finds that the application does not provide sufficient analysis of potential downstream impacts to the broader watershed system, including the Schuylkill River. Given the site's hydrologic context and the scale of the proposed use, unresolved questions regarding drainage, discharge, thermal impacts, and watershed connectivity remain significant concerns. These are fundamental environmental considerations, and their absence represents a material deficiency in this application. Number 6, incomplete submission and lack of critical information. The Planning Commission further finds that the plan submission remains incomplete. An updated site analysis and impact narrative was not submitted with the revised plan. That was submitted on March 12th. A requirement of the township's conditional use application is part of that requirement. This impact narrative should serve to provide sufficient information for the township to determine whether provision is made to adequately reduce or minimize any noxious, offensive, dangerous, or hazardous features or features thereof, which is the first criteria an application must meet to receive conditional use approval per the zoning ordinance. The impact narrative provided on 10-9 lacks any substantive information about what hazardous or environmental challenges this proposal could produce, and no description or mitigation techniques. Furthermore, there is no discussion of the power generation facility, which has the potential to be more impactful than the data center use itself. The Planning Commission cannot determine whether the proposal meets the criteria, as no information was provided on. Detailed information on power generation and electrical infrastructure, analysis of noise, vibration, and emissions impacts, a water budget analysis, and qualified water demand and discharge analysis, information regarding cooling systems and heating discharge, and evaluation of emergency response and hazardous materials management. The Planning Commission also finds that the proposed development has the potential to place significant demands on infrastructure systems that serve the township, including water supply and electrical capacity. Without this information, the Planning Commission cannot make a complete and informed determination of compliance with the township zoning standards. The Planning Commission further notes that the compliance with applicable ordinance standards must be demonstrated as part of the conditional use application and cannot be deferred to future design, permitting, or land development phases. Number 7, size, scope, intent, and character of the proposed use. The proposed data center represents a high-intensity industrial use characterized by extremely large building massing, continuous 24-hour operation, and significant infrastructure and utility demands. The applicant has not demonstrated that the impacts of the proposed development can be adequately mitigated, nor that the site is suitable for this level of intensity. The Planning Commission further finds that the subject property is situated in proximity to a range of existing uses and sensitive receptors, including residential areas, a veterans home, recreational resources such as parks and trails, critical infrastructure, and the Schuylkill River, which functions as a major environmental corridor. The application does not provide sufficient analysis to demonstrate compatibility with these surrounding uses or to adequately evaluate potential impacts to nearby receptors. Based upon the information provided in this application, the Planning Commission has determined that the proposed use is not consistent with the intent of the East Vincent Township zoning ordinance. Number 8, additional notes. At the Planning Commission's 4-9 meeting, many members of the public attended and provided comment that the Commission found valuable and worthy of inclusion into our recommendations to the Board of Supervisors. Firstly, it came to our attention that the dedicated members of our community have recently worked to prepare the necessary documentation for Pennhurst to be listed as eligible for the National Register of Historic Places by the Pennsylvania Historical and Museum Commission. This determination of eligibility makes Pennhurst a Class 1 historic resource under the Township's zoning ordinance. Consequently, the property is part of the Township's Historic Resource Overlay District, which is subject to the additional criteria of obtaining conditional use approval. This applicant has not met these criteria. In addition, the proposed development spans multiple parcels. However, not all the parcels are under the applicant's ownership or identified as part of the application. At least one parcel included in the plan is not listed under the applicant, and no documentation has been provided demonstrating legal control. As a result, the application relies on land not within the applicant's authority, rendering the submission incomplete and raising concerns regarding feasibility. Accordingly, the applicant has not met the burden of proof required for conditional use approval. Furthermore, it came to the Planning Commission's attention that multiple data centers have been proposed in the nearby area, including across the Schuylkill River in Limerick Township. Any conditional use approval should consider the cumulative impact on our communities and the natural resources which result from multiple resource and space-intensive uses. Based on the record, including review of the revised plans and discussion at the April 8th meeting, the Planning Commission finds that the applicant has not met the burden of proof required under the Pennsylvania Municipalities Planning Code and the Township Zoning Ordinance. The proposal is not consistent with the intent of the IMU district, does not comply with the applicable ordinance standards, and remains incomplete in critical areas necessary to evaluate compliance with the Township Zoning Ordinance. As a result, the Planning Commission cannot make the findings required to support this approval. For these reasons, the East Vincent Township Commission hereby recommends that the Board of Supervisors deny the conditional use application for the Pennhurst Data Center Conditional Use Plan. Submitted on behalf of the East Vincent Planning Commission. Thank you for taking the time to listen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I believe there's one more statement that, Molly, you're already there. Thank you very much. Molly, if you could please state and spell your name for the record.
Sure, I'm Molly Wagle. That's MOLLYWAGLE. I'm the chair of the East Vincent Environmental Advisory Council, EAC for short. I'm here to read into the record the EAC's position on the proposed data center plan. So we sent this to the Township and to the Planning Commission dated April 8th, 2026. The subject is opposition to the conditional use application from 12 March 2026 for the Pennhurst Data Center. Overall position, the East Vincent Township EAC, or Environmental Advisory Council, expresses strong opposition to the proposed data center development on environmental and zoning compliance grounds. The project, described as a hyperscale data center with on-site power generation and battery storage, is deemed incompatible with the IMU district's intended land use and the rural suburban character of East Vincent Township. We have a few key points of concern. Number one, land use compatibility, zoning scale conflict. The proposed data center is greater than 5 times larger than what is permitted in the IMU district per section 27-1104.2. A hyperscale data center such as this does not fit in the rural East Vincent Township. Our ordinance allows this use at a much smaller scale. Refer to the code, the letters by GFT, and natural lands. Power generation and battery storage are not a legal use in the IMU district. The plan no longer satisfies the definition of a planned commercial development. And last point in this section, the IMU is not in the receiving area for transfer development rights, TDRs, to increase height or size. Character of area. Chester County Planning Commission, or per Chester County Planning Commission, IMU area is a suburban landscape intended for primarily residential and small-scale commercial use. Per natural lands, the proposed use does not align with the existing neighborhood character. Additionally, page 5 of the Site Analysis and Impact Narrative, under Protected Lands subheading, it lists that this site is not adjacent to protected lands. That is incorrect. There is a preserve farm adjacent to the proposed data center. Point 2, environmental constraints. Streams, wetlands, and steep slopes. There is a stream on site, possibly a high-quality stream, requiring riparian buffers of at least 100 feet on each side. It must be put on the plan. Steep slopes, wetlands, and riparian buffers make any power generation facilities unsuitable for the area they are depicted on. We also point out, refer to page 3 of the updated GFT review letter. The EAC recommends that as part of the conditional use, if the conditional use proceeds, macroinvertebrate testing needs to be executed in May to determine the status of the stream. Specimen and heritage trees. We recommend referring to the GFT review letter. The EAC recommends that the township arborist confirm the tree conditions and including size. Woodlands, we are not going to repeat, we just refer to the GFT review letter. Point 3, Township Code compliance issues. In the IMU use regulations, section 27-2802.2, there is a list of prohibited uses. This concept of prohibited uses only occurs here and in the GI district. Those include air quality, fire and explosive hazards, liquid and solid waste, noise, vibration, public health and safety. And public health and safety. These uses are included in the EAC's list of environmental concerns. The EAC asserts that these provisions must be enforced and cannot be waived or overlooked. Number 4, environmental and public health concerns. First, noise and vibration. Persistent, low frequency and vibrational noise from data centers and backup systems can negatively affect residential populations, including sleep disruptions and cognitive impairment, especially neurodivergent individuals, wildlife, livestock, and pets. Moving on to air and water quality. Air pollution. They must comply with the PA air pollution control laws, section 27-1716A. Additionally, please refer to Monica Shriver's letter to the Board of Supervisors on air quality from September 2025, showing that East Vincent Township already has higher particulate matter than neighboring townships to the west. Water consumption. Large-scale cooling and power systems draw deeply from local water sources, reducing water availability for residents and ecosystems. Next point, it is not clearly documented how water will be provided to the data center. Even with a closed-loop system, a significant volume of water is required. According to the WRI, which stands for World Resource Institute, Aqueduct Water Risk Atlas, a widely used tool developed by the World Resource Institute, the current state of water stress for this area is medium to high. By 2030, this area is projected to have high water stress, even in the optimistic scenario. It is not clear how the proposed data center would be able to adequately obtain enough water without jeopardizing the supply needed for residents. As it stands, a few summers ago, the nuclear power plant had to curb operations due to the river temperatures being high and levels being low. With increasingly erratic rainfall patterns and increasing drought hazards, it needs to be clearly planned out what the data center's contingency plans are if they cannot harvest rainwater and the river levels are low. Next points, liquid and solid waste, risk of ground and water contamination from hazardous material releases violating DEP regulations. Title 25, Chapters 73, 75, 95, 97. Next section is cooling systems. Even closed-loop systems may release heated or contaminated water, potentially impacting the Schuylkill River watershed. Pennhurst is in the Schuylkill River Heritage Area, referred to the Natural Lands Letter, a nationally significant area which provides drinking water to approximately half the people across 5 counties. There is no mention of how discharge temperature will be controlled and how they will handle discharge water above allowed temperature. Section 5, Fire and Explosion Safety. Data centers require fuel storage and power backup systems that increase risk. The EAC references Section 27-1716B and Pennsylvania Fire Safety Codes demanding adequate safety devices and fire suppression systems, which may not be feasible on this site. It is not specified how the fire suppression system for the batteries will be handled. This must be clarified in additional detail. This property is within the 10-mile radius of the power plant, emphasizing the scrutiny for layered risk. Section 6, Emergency Access. Concerns raised about the insufficient emergency access routes for a facility of this size and function. Reference Section 27, 2806.6.f.1 and Section 27-28.067.a. Public Health and Safety. Section 7, Public Health and Safety. Catch-all provisions from Township Code, Section 27-1716I. No use may create objectionable conditions endangering public health or safety or detrimentally affect adjacent land uses. Please refer to the GFT letter on emergency access roads. And then we reference the authorities, the East Vincent Code, the GFT letter, Natural Lands, Chester County Planning Commission, the Traffic Planning and Design, and the DEP. Summary statement. It is the opinion of the EAC that the Pennhurst Data Center proposal is environmentally risky, threatening water, air, noise, and ecological stability in the area, incompatible with surrounding land use designation and township intent, non-compliant with multiple sections of the township ordinances protecting public health, safety, and the environment, and ill-suited for the IMU district and local infrastructure capacity. All these concerns have been addressed in the draft ordinance the township was working on, and further in the position paper written by East Vincent Advocacy. We strongly suggest that the guidelines given in those documents be addressed as a condition in the conditional use process if the application does proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Almost done. Thank you, Molly. With that being said, we're going to conclude for this evening. But before we do, I want to make sure that everybody understands what we're doing next. This hearing will be continued to a date certain, which will be May 18th, back in this building. If for some reason that date and time are not available, then we will re-advertise for a continuation of the hearing. Mr. McHugh, as you had indicated earlier, there's a stipulation on the record that was made at the beginning of this hearing. It's with respect to a couple of threshold matters. In particular, determination of compliance with the applicable area and bulk regulation and design standards. The next hearing will be limited to those threshold matters, which, in fact, zoning criteria apply as a matter of law, and then the application of the area and bulk regulation and design standards. Those will be the only issues that will be discussed at that particular meeting and presented at that particular meeting, being again on May 18th at 6:30 p.m. in this room. Is there a motion to continue the hearing to May 18th?
Excuse me, I have standing. Can I say something?
No.
Maybe? No?
Not right now, no.
Why not?
Because we're continuing the hearing to May 18th at 6:30 p.m.
You didn't end the hearing yet.
So, with that being said, is there a motion to continue?
Move to adjourn until May 18th.
Is there a second?
A second to adjourn.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
It's the very end of the hearing.
At the end of the hearing.